in the meantime, let me put on my radio and eat my muffin, enjoy my breakfast. Oh, that's been hard work, to be honest. So yeah, I need to enjoy myself a little bit. So yeah, sit back, enjoy, and let us drive you to Dunedin. Thank you, and let me get my News Talk ZB radio on. I need to listen to the news. If you guys don't mind, thank you.
That was a scrap and a half every test. I think they're just lacking the cattle at the moment. They really are lacking what I would perceive as top class international footballers, and when you haven't got those top class international players, then you're going to struggle. I think, you know, Australia really are what Wales is at the moment in the Northern Hemisphere. Players, you know, a youngish team with not a lot of experience, but also just making that. Overall, I think it's positive. You have to call it positive as far as the style of play.
How long should it take for them to adapt to what Scott Robertson is asking of them? How long should a group of players take to adapt to a new coaching style?
2 games at that level.
All right, so what are we now? We're 7 in now, so are we behind schedule in that regard?
One of the things that I was amused, so to speak, was the strategy that they had for South Africa was quite clear about going out there to try and run South Africa off their feet, and you know, play a game for tempo. But I think there's a little bit of naivety on the half of the coach. They're always strong when Auckland and Canterbury are strong. The All Blacks are also strong when the Wallabies are strong.
Great to get your analysis and insight, Mike. Thanks for taking the time this afternoon.
Cheers, Barney. Enjoy the test.
You enjoy the test too, Mike. Thanks indeed. Mike Brewer there. Lots to pick up on there. I know you'll have some thoughts. They're already starting to flood in on text. Lines open, 0800 80 10 80. As always, ahead of any All Blacks test. Keen to read your pulse. What did you make of what Mike Brewer said there about the All Blacks aura? We've seen the South African side obviously bring their bench on almost en masse at around the sort of 45th, 50th minute on occasion. Do you believe there's a lack of trust in those wearing the higher number jerseys?
Well, it was obvious, Barney, in the first. I've been completely dominated, particularly in the second test. Completely dominated the first 20 minutes of the second test, to the extent that the South African hooker sat down on the ground and played around with his boots for two minutes to give his team a bit of a breather. But if you're gonna play a game like that, a strategy like that, then you've really got to have total belief in your bench that when South Africa rolled on their 6 or 7 forwards after 45 amount of time on the field.
Well, I guess in that test match as well, Sam Gary didn't get on at all, so it's pretty rare to see an unused substitute. Asafa Moore only came on when Cody Taylor had to go off for a bit of an HIA. So how do you, and actually Cody Taylor's an interesting one for me. Terrific so far this year. Is there a case, and it's a bit of a counterpoint to what you've been talking about, is there a case for a bloke to play 80 minutes in a position like the front row or not? Because he's been pretty conservative with his selections, has Razor, and probably by necessity, Jack, because when you're losing, you don't want to necessarily throw guys into the frying pan or out of the fire or whatever the metaphor is. But so I'd quite like to see us win, so that he is a bit freer to do that next week.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah. Is there anything about the selections that surprised you?
Will Jordan, I thought was going to be fullback for Razor. I thought, having played there for the Crusaders so often and so brilliantly, that I just assumed that once he got the 15 jersey, he would stay in the 15 jersey.
Yeah.
He got the 15 jersey last week, and now he's back on the right wing.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I mean, I'm not
McKenzie. He's played every single test match at 10. He said, right, you are my number 10. Here's the 10 jersey. It's yours. Don't worry. I'm going to keep you in there at least the first half of the year. And he's done that. I would have quite liked to have seen Will Jordan get another crack at 15 with, I think, we both agree, a little bit more space this afternoon than he was afforded in Cape Town last week. But he's on the right wing. He's a destructive player. He'll probably make the most of that space anyway. But yeah, that was probably the selection that made me raise my eyebrows the most.
Yeah. Okay, what do you think of Cortez Dart?
I like that. Yeah, I like that. I think he's a placeholder for Cam Roygard, if we're honest. But those two going forward as a 1-2 punch will be particularly potent. Noah Hotham in that argument as well. TJ Perenara, we may well say goodbye to him in Wellington next weekend. I'm not sure that he'll go on the end of year tour because we know he's leaving at the end of this year, so it may be that he gets his swan song next week. Still a part to play off the bench today and probably next week for TJ. But yeah, Cortez, he is part of the future, as is Roygard, as is Hotham. So yeah, I think we're in a little bit of a transitional stage around our half-backs at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Well, right, the Black Caps. It's been a relatively evenly contested test in Sri Lanka so far, although you would have to say that day 3 belonged to the Sri Lankans after we had that narrow first innings lead. What have you made of the test so far?
Yeah, got away from us yesterday in some regards, and the fact that we didn't make the most of guys who got to 50 or thereabouts and didn't crack on, and then just unable, for whatever reason, to get the breakthroughs that were required. And I know you can't just bowl a fast bowler in the heat of Sri Lanka, but Willow Wood's been our best by some distance. Eight wickets he's got so far in this test match. Of the 14 that the Black Caps have got, he's got 8 of them, and it's looked really, really good. But yeah, the spinners just not getting the penetration we needed. I think Sri Lanka are ahead of the test match. Sri Lankan presidential elections today, Jack, so it's a restart. No cricket today. Maybe they're going to rest. They'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, they're not favourite to win the test. I think Sri Lanka will be better for a bit longer. And with that pitch turning, I just, a real stiff examination of our ability to play spin in the full innings of a test match over there.
Interesting to see how those conditions will look as well. The ZB audience, I know, Jack, as you'll know, will want to have their say on this, so I'm going to facilitate that this afternoon on Weekend Sport as well. Yeah, look forward to it. Thank you, sir. We will let you get warmed up. Jason Pine with us after midday with Weekend Sport. I think it's a note. This is a good point. Jack and Piney, forget the Wallabies second half versus the Argies. It's giving us a false sense of security. Yeah, I think that is probably a fair point. It's a day specialist.
If your charity, sports team, school or community.
All right, ladies
has an open
and
day
gentlemen,
fundraising event
let me switch off this radio. Let me switch off the radio, and yes, let me address you guys. Going from Queenstown to Dunedin. Yes, I have just arrived. So I've gone to the petrol station to check out some things here and also to reply some messages. Just did a stop, but now I'm heading to BP, which is on my right hand side. So I need to turn right, head to BP, get some coffee, Wild Bean Cafe, get some coffee and some muffin, and start heading towards Dunedin. It will be a 4 hours drive. Well, the flight from Auckland to Queenstown, I won't be uploading that flight because I was not at the window seat. Even after telling Jetstar to please give me a window seat, they said no window seat. The Chinese guy was rude. They said no window seat, but when I went into the flight, there was a window seat down at the back, which thank you, which was down at the back, and Lo and behold, one of the cabin crew was there, seated, sleeping, not even doing their job, sleeping on there. Absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I was unable to get the window seat, and you guys, I'm really tired from trips. I did a trip last week and only just came back, so yeah, it's been quite tiring. Wasn't able to even get a seat online, but the one coming back to Auckland, I have reserved a seat so that I don't run into this drama. But there is always seat. The flight wasn't full anyways, it was only full was it this morning with the Chinese mega tourist coming in. So yeah, it was unfortunate that the seat was free. I think the girls later got the seat, the two ladies, I mean 2 of them from 2 different locations. Let me see if I can repack. From 2 different locations change their seat because the pilot announced Mount Cook on your left. So everybody got up and they're like, oh, what is this? Everybody were just in awe of the view of the Glacier Mountains. But yeah, lo and behold, by the time I turned my back, I believe the 2 ladies already probably told the cabin crew to please move so that they can get that seat and do their videoing. So yeah, it is what it is. I didn't even bother myself asking for the window seat because I knew that the flight wasn't too full, that there was a chance for a window seat, which the check-in guy at the counter in Auckland Domestic Airport completely lied that there was no seat. Meanwhile, there was 3 seats available. Absolutely shambolic, absolutely unbelievable. But it is what it is, nothing spoil. I have done flight from Queenstown to Auckland multiple times, 4 times now. So yeah, this time is not a big deal. Hopefully I'll get a chance to do it Queenstown to Auckland in a couple of days when I fly back. But anyways, let me get a coffee. I'm just parked here at BP Connect. Wild Bean Coffee. Let me get coffee and muffin. Let me get something to eat before I do the mega drive to Dunedin. And yes, you guys sit back, enjoy the drive. It is gonna be amazing. Time is 12 o'clock. Hopefully we'll be arriving Dunedin before sunset, which wasn't the case the last time I was here. So you guys, thank you. Sit back, enjoy, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, help the channel, and let's continue to do some nice cool cruises as we journey our way through the content of the channel. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys on the road soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Let me get my radio on. I've gotten my coffee. Okay, there's somebody in behind me. Can you move? Thank you. Alrighty, so let's get out of here. Yes, I got my coffee, got my muffin. Don't hit me, just wait, let me move. Thank you. Alrighty. Damn it, this coffee is extra hot. Gracious D. Alrighty. So this time around I'll be using the same route, going through Kingston, going through Gore, going through no thanks, you better don't do that to me again. Google Maps shit, let me not use the bad word, but Google Maps sometimes can run you crazy. But thank God I saw the route that it was gonna use. So we'll be using the same route we used last time, through Kingston, Balclutha, Gore into Dunedin. 4 hours or 3 hours 44 minutes, so we have time. I may stop along the way. I may stop along the way and probably do some video shoots, weather dependent, because this weather usually just, you know, changes on top you 360 degrees by the time you know it. So it is 10 minutes past 12, so I spent 10 minutes inside the petrol station ordering my coffee and muffin. But I may stop by some places in Kingston just to get you guys some scenery. That's if Google Map has not led me astray or change its mind. So I need to constantly watch the route that Google Map is giving me. Anyways, in the meantime, let me put on my radio and eat my muffin, enjoy my breakfast. Oh, it has been hard work, to be honest. So yeah, I need to enjoy myself a little bit. So yeah, sit back, enjoy, and let us drive you to Dunedin. Thank you, and let me get my News Talk ZB radio on. I need to listen to the news. If you guys don't mind, thank you.
2024 engine plans.
I think they've been relatively consistent. Still think they're trying to find their feet with respect to their style and sort of methodology of playing. But overall, I think it's positive. You have to call it positive as far as the style of play.
How long should it take for them to adapt to what Scott Robertson is asking of them? How long should a group of players when Cody Taylor had to go off for a bit of an HIA. So how do you, and actually Cody Taylor's an interesting one for me. Terrific so far this year. Is there a case, and it's a bit of a counterpoint to what you've been talking about, is there a case for a bloke to play 80 minutes in a position like the front row or not?
They shouldn't be. In reality, what it's telling you, what it's telling me, what it should be telling everyone else, is that the difference between the starting hooker and the reserve hooker is that significant that there's a chance that they won't be able to measure up. And if you remember in the first test when he came on, he didn't have a great impact either. So the biggest thing that for me is the knock to the confidence it's going to give these young guys. To Moore, to Sam Derry, to Fletcher Neal, we're not going on the field until the 70th minute or even later, or even at all. I can't see them really having a big impact the next time they go into the field in a black jersey. And even worse is when the coaching staff don't have confidence in the bench, that also has an impact on the experienced players in the team as well. They start dropping their confidence in those players. So it's a bit of it's a double-edged sword. So start off with a strategy that you're going to run the ball for 80 minutes. Then part of that strategy is no matter what the score is and how things are going, you make those changes between 45 and 55 minutes. That's better in my opinion.
Just picking up on the issue of confidence, when you played for the All Blacks, Mike, I remember there was an absolute sense of invincibility around the side. And even when you lost, which wasn't very often, there is a very specific way of talking publicly afterwards. What sense do you get coming out of the All Blacks camp with regards to their current air of confidence? I think the invincibility's gone, but in terms of the way they present themselves publicly.
Today's pointy, but we were schooled that even when Australia
against Big Brother from across the Tasman. Were they the games you relished the most?
It was always. I enjoyed playing against Wallabies because the guys that I played against, Simon Poitevin, Jeff Miller, all those guys that play in Openside and Number 8, Timmy Gavin, those sort of guys, they were all very, very good internationals. So it was a scrap and a half every test. I think they're just lacking the cattle at the moment. They really are lacking what I would perceive as top class international footballers, and when you haven't got those top class international players, then you're going to struggle. I think Australia really are what Wales is at the moment in the Northern Hemisphere. Players, a youngish team with not a lot of experience, but also just making that little bit of class. And whether that comes through with experience, I think I hope so, because it's a little bit like the All Blacks. I was saying that the All Blacks are always strong when Auckland and Canterbury are strong. The All Blacks are also strong when the Wallabies are strong.
Great to get your analysis and insight, Mike. Thanks for taking the time this afternoon.
Cheers, Barney. Enjoy the test.
You enjoy the test too, Mike. Thanks indeed. Mike Brewer there. Lots to pick up on there. I know you'll have some thoughts. They're already starting to flood in on text. Lines open 0800 80 10 80. As always, ahead of any All Blacks test. Keen to read your pulse. What did you make of what Mike Brewer said there about the All Blacks aura?
All right, first stop. As you can see, one guy is doing his fantastic videoing as well. Let me park, switch off the car so that nobody comes behind me and steal my car. Oh dear. Yeah. So yeah, this guy is doing his fantastic video. He's actually taking his time. He's taking his time doing his video. So let me come out and show you guys what's going on here. Give me a second. Let me wear my jacket and then come out here. Thanks. All right, folks, we are here. As I promised, I was gonna show you guys some beautiful views. Some beautiful views. All right, so back to one. Let me give you guys a 360 view. Well, when I mean 360, I really meant 360, not 180. All right, I believe that guy was another tourist journeying on his own. All right, X2. All right, so we go X2 now. We zoom in deeper. Then from X2 we'll be going to X3, where we'll be seeing in details and in depth what's on top of the mountains. I won't be going anything further than X3, in as much as I do have the capacity to do X10 or X9, but we'll just keep it simple to X3. It's a bit chilly out here, to be honest. I believe this is the only point that I will be stopping at. Hopefully, because too much stop is not what I like, but I have already conditioned my mind that I will need to stop multiple times on my way to Dunedin, just to show you guys this area. So this road, as you guys can see on here, leads to Kingston, going to Teyanau, going to Milford Sound. So yeah, let me go X3, sorry, before I forget. I forgot the name of this lake. Is this Lake Tikapu? Lake... This is not Lake Wanaka, to be honest. I forgot what the name was, because it's on the map. And my GPS phone is actually inside the car. Alrighty, back to the same point. So yeah, I'll just do my short video and then I should be back in the car. Absolutely amazing, amazing, amazing view, to be honest. Absolutely amazing. Alrighty, so that is it for us. So that's it. Let me do a short video and head back to the car and then be out of here, heading back to Dunedin, or heading direct to Dunedin. Thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the car, and that shows you how quickly the weather does change. Just, I don't know how many minutes I took. Was it 10 minutes videoing? Yeah, 10 solid minutes. So let me pull back a little bit and then look and see which cars are coming. Let's go. Hold on. Well looked. So you guys can see how quickly the weather does change quite rapidly. So yes, that's the beauty of this particular area leading to Kingston. I did pass it last time I came last week, going to Teyanau, but I didn't really have time to actually stop by and show you guys, but I said I'll do it this time around. This is Lake Wakatipu. Yep, Lake Wakatipu. is the name. That is the name of the lake, Wakatipu. All right, let me get the radio back on and let me keep on driving. Thanks.
Area of South Africa's thought pattern with the Great Coast Reservation. Bringing on 8 guys, that's a great thing when they started doing that. You know, the power team, the whole bloody forward pack or whatever. That's innovative. So I'll leave on that note. Mate, he's not
Good on you, mate.
enough at the moment.
Yeah, Pete, good on you, mate. Again, great points, well made. Gee, we've had some good calls already today. I think we underestimate the difference between being a super coach and being a test coach. They are so different. Razor had the and all the Super Rugby coaches did had the benefit of having their team together from late November through until May, pretty much. You see you guys every single day. You imprint a game plan. You get to know which buttons to push as a super coach. As an All Blacks coach, you don't get that. You don't get your guys every week. You get them for a couple of weeks here and a couple of weeks there. Through the super season, they are so drilled by their own super coaches that when they come into an All Blacks environment, particularly under a new head coach, it is going to be a bit clunky. It is going to take a bit of time. Just a word, Vern Cotter, of course, took the Blues to that super title. Pete, I know you knew that. But yeah, Leon McDonald played a big part in it as well, obviously. 19 away from 1. Board starting to fill up as I knew it would. 0800 80 10 80. We'll come back in a moment with more calls right after this on Weekend Sport Back. So,
have you got more than $50,000 in your KiwiSaver? Do you know what assets you're invested in, what fees you're paying, or how you're progressing toward your retirement goals? The truth is, most New Zealanders have no idea, so it's time to change that. With the KiwiWrap KiwiSaver scheme, you can now work with a financial advisor to build an investment strategy for you. With 400 investments to choose from, you can customize your investments to suit your goals. Are you ready to take control of your KiwiSaver? Ask your financial advisor about the KiwiWrap KiwiSaver scheme, or visit kiwiwrap.co.nz to find an advisor. Concilium is the issuer of the KiwiWrap KiwiSaver scheme. PDS and investment options available at kiwiwrap.co.nz for investors with a minimum balance of $50,000.
Nothing compares to experience and nothing compares to New Zealand Sotheby's International Realty. They are the Southern Lakes' longest serving premium real estate agency, based here for over 20 years. Work with the team and you will achieve beyond your expectations. Choose expertise. Choose New Zealand Sotheby's International Realty. Queenstown, Kawarau, Wanaka, and online at nzsotheby'srealty.com. Licensed REAA 2008.
Adam and Jeff at the Butcher's Block and Smokehouse Wanaka are your local wild venison experts. They'll help you find the perfect cut of wild New Zealand venison. The Butcher's Block and Smokehouse have got the best cooking advice too. You'll find their butcher's shop at 33 Reese Crescent, Wanaka. Pick up one of their loyalty cards. The Butcher's Block and Smokehouse Wanaka.
All right, this looks to be a private area, private house. Yeah, that's a private house. Oh, let me take a video from this angle. Just give me a second, I won't waste too much time. Put it on park, get it off. right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a U-turn. I'll be heading back to, I've just seen something called the Half Walk Bay Lookout, 300 meters. So that's where I will be going. So I'm gonna turn back the video as soon as I finish this short video. I'll turn back and go to the halfway whatever lookout. It's a private lodge for somebody. So yeah, the Half Walk Bay, that's where I'll be headed to, just to see what is down there, and I will head back towards this direction. I just want to see what that lookout is. Probably gives us a different view of these mountains. So yeah, I'll be back. Thank you. All right, we are back to the car. So I need to reverse, headed back to the halfway lookout. All right, this is my chance now if I don't go. Okay, yeah, so my seatbelt is showing I need to wear it. Oh, I saw that meat. That's a cat or feral cat, something like that. So 300 meters, and then on your brakes, and you need to go to the left. Alrighty. Alright, let me switch off the car. And where's my car key? Yeah, let me just go out and see what the halfway bay lookout looks like. So yes, I'll be out, and yeah, let me just have a look and see what that side looks like. I'll be back, just give me some time. Well, not much of a difference from the other side, to be honest. There are cars parked on here. Probably they are down. Possibly they are down the river path, maybe. In loving memory of James Louis Peterson Gardner, 18 of Lake Hayes, and Stephen Anthony Nicholson Kumbe, 42 of Wanaka, who died as a result of a helicopter accident in the Lochi River Valley halfway bay station across the lake from here, February 19th, 2015. This is it longitude or latitude? 45 degrees, 11.15 south, 168 degrees, 35.7 east. Forever in our hearts and thoughts, may they rest in peace. Amen, 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 and amen. What do we have here? The Wind by James Louis Peterson Gardner, age 7. The wind is going east. The wind is going south. My happiness is on my mouth. I wonder why I sit here now looking at the drifting clouds floating across the blue sky. Some skies change red or black or yellow. I see things flying by. Like a butterfly, it's going across the land and the sea. But let me tell you what, sometimes there is no breeze. Incredible. Alrighty. Absolutely majestical. Beautiful. Fantastical view. Alrighty. So yeah, it is no different from that other area. Just that here you get something much more spectacular. Probably the waves of the ocean are much more visible on here. Alright, I think I've spent too much time on the road. I have not even reached halfway to my destination. This is just the beginning. And my coffee is cold from the stopping and stopping. So yes, absolutely brilliant. In my humble opinion. Alrighty, so if you have enjoyed, hit that like button. It is food for the YouTube algorithm. What else? If this is your first time on here, we do things like this on a daily basis, so please pledge thy allegiance to us, give us your full support, and yes, let us continue to explore great places like this. Yes, let me head back to the car and start whizzing my way onto Dunedin. Yes, I am headed to Dunedin, and I have lots of activities planned for you guys in Dunedin, so you guys prepare yourself, brace yourself. We have a lot of things coming up in Dunedin. Alrighty, thank you very much, and let me head back to the car. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let us keep going. I have seen what I wanted to see. You guys have read what the story was on that iron sculpture. Yeah, what a brilliant story. So yes, let me be on my way now. Hopefully no more stopping. So yes, you guys relax, enjoy the radio as well. Let me be on my way. People are stopping. Okay, only one person is here enjoying the view as you guys have enjoyed yours.
The train station as an alternative pickup and drop-off location.
Radio,
Jimmy
sorry.
Ward Crescent is temporarily closed to through traffic, and Nixon Road is temporarily closed to southbound traffic. At least 12 people have been killed and dozens injured in another Israeli strike on the Lebanese capital Beirut. Israel says the explosion was targeted, and Hezbollah's operations commander is among those killed. It's the third Israeli strike this year on the capital, and comes after dozens were killed in an exploding pager attack. The BBC's Corporal Correa says Israel's strategic plan remains unclear as it encroaches further on the Lebanese border.
People are wondering, are these a series of improvised steps by Israel, or is there some kind of Israeli plan of escalation which could be leading towards potentially a more serious offensive?
The UN Secretary General says peace is under attack worldwide. In an International Peace Day video message, Antonio Guterres has warned the world to cultivate a culture of peace. He says there are a number of conflicts wrecking the world.
From Gaza to Sudan to Ukraine and beyond, we see civilians in the firing line, homes blown apart, traumatized, terrified populations who have lost everything.
A man who allegedly attacked another man outside a Christchurch car wash is set to appear in court today. The victim was left critically injured after being
in their late 70s and early 80s. I can't be writing about them in 20 years' time, but there's plenty of life in them yet.
Richard Osman joins me after the 10 o'clock news.
The Sunday Session with Francesca Rodkin. Sundays from 9 a.m. on News Talk ZB.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this should be the last and final area for stoppage before we reach Queenstown. Alright, let me put it on park and then go out and show you guys on my right hand side the road or the valley actually coming in contact with the sea from this side. So it's actually beautiful. So you guys sit back and enjoy me come out and show you guys the view. Thank you. So that's what I wanted to show you guys. Actually zoom in so you guys can see the valley entering the ocean or the river or the lake itself. Absolutely fantastic. It's quite windy, extremely windy on here. Oof. Let me put on my jacket. Just give me a moment. Right, I need to go and take photo for this guy. He has approached me to help me out, so give me a moment, I'll be back. Thank you. I'll be driving back now. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, yes, that was absolutely brilliant. So let me start. What happened? Check surrounding safe. Okay, yeah, that was absolutely brilliant view, in my humble opinion. That was fantastic. So yes, I believe that should be the last of the very last areas for stoppage. Let me get out of here. Yeah, just giving that guy a buzz. So yes, that is the last of them all. Absolutely fantastic. So yes, I hope that you guys have enjoyed that drive and stop, stop and drive view. Absolutely fantabulous. Alrighty, so journey to Dunedin. And yes, it's now 1:21. So by the time I reach Dunedin, it should be around 5 o'clock. That if I don't stop anywhere else. Gosh, it does take huge amount of time for you to actually stop video on all these critical stop points. Absolutely interesting how time consuming it is. Anyways, I hope you guys have enjoyed that. Let me put the radio back on and let us keep journeying towards Dunedin. Thank you very much, and if I put on the radio, hit that like button. It is quite important. It does help this channel. The minimum that you guys can do, not asking you guys for any form of payment, but just that like button just helps this channel. I cannot emphasize that. And yes, if this is your first time on here, we do things like this often, every week, so please pledge your allegiance to us, give us your full support, and whichever device you are watching from, please go log on in and hit that subscribe button. It does help us quite a bit. I appreciate it. So thank you guys very much. Sit, relax, enjoy, and let us take you to Dunedin via Gore, via Balclutha or Balclutha, and Melton as well. Alright, that's the road that we'll be using for today. So yeah, thank you very much, and I'll see you guys in Dunedin.
Within the change room, Joe Schmidt's got an excellent coaching team around him, and I think it's going to be a very special test match.
Great to get the chance to chat to you, Joe. You broke our hearts on several occasions over the side of the ditch, but there's nothing like Bledisloe Cup rugby to get the blood pumping, and rugby fans on both sides of the Tasman. Thanks so much for taking the time for a chat this afternoon.
Mate, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Roth, there he is, President of Rugby Australia. What a player. Those games against Australia, you're harking back to them. They were just the sweet spot of, in my rugby experience anyway, of Trans-Tasman rivalry at its finest. From 1996-7, I think we won most of them in those 2 years. Certainly 97 because of rugby. 96, I think we won them both. All three, I'll check. But from there onwards through to when we won the Bledisloe Cup back in, what was that, 2002, 2003, and haven't lost it since. Every test match just seemed to be on a knife edge. Really interesting what Joe Roth said there, that they won the 1 pointers back then. They found a way. John Eales kicking that penalty. Wakatipu scoring that try late in the game, either that year or the one after. All in that same period, they found a way to win the 1 pointers. It just occurred to me that that's where we are
lounge that New Zealanders love. Dedication and strong relationships has again seen Ginian recognised as New Zealand's most awarded master builder brand in the 2024 House of the Year Awards. Start your inspirational journey today. Explore their award-winning homes at ginian.co.nz or connect with your local Ginian team. Ginian feels like family. Early bird airfares are great when your faraway flight is ages away. But Cathay Pacific's early bird sale to London unlocks early bird pricing and travel now. Book today and fly anytime before June 30 next year. Cathay Pacific connects Christchurch to London in award-winning comfort. Experience premium service and entertainment. Awarded World's Best Economy by Skytrax. Sale ends September 30. Flights subject to availability. T's and C's apply. Book early bird fares direct at cathaypacific.com.
No limits to annual massive sellout is almost here. Can't wait. Be the first to snap up our early bird massive deals now. Get amazing deals on tech and appliances in store and online. Select products, early bird deals while stocks last. Only at No Leaving. Conditions apply.
It's more than just a game. Weekend sport with Jason Pine and GJ Gardner Homes. New Zealand's most trusted home builder, News Talk ZB.
1:29, 24 minutes gone between North Harbour and Northland and Whangarei. Northland 14.5 ahead. Harbour sitting on the cusp of the top 8 at the moment. Northland have got a bit of work to do to make the playoffs, but a win today would certainly help. They're 14.5 ahead, as I say, just after the midway stage in the first half. How are you, Mark? How are you feeling about tonight?
I'm worried. I've been worried for quite some time. Well, since the beginning of this appointment. It's the first time we've gone outside the succession plan for 16 years. The succession plan got us to 3 World Cup finals, of which we won 2 and 1 World Cup semi-final. We threw it out with the bath water when we've gone with Razor. He was never exposed to international rugby at any stage in his career, apart from a small gallant last World Cup, helping somebody out for a day or two. And that's been a concern of mine. Also, Damien McKenzie is a bit like Carlos Spencer. He can't play 3 good games in a row. Something's going to happen. And I just think that we have missed the boat when it comes with regards to substitution. We're still thinking of it as a cover play. What if this player goes down? What if this player goes down? Africa have thrown that out. Erasmus is way ahead of us in regards to this thinking. He's thinking very strategically about, as we've seen, entire spots, which is changing the nature of substitution. That's my belief, and I think we're behind in our thinking there. So I'll leave that for people to talk about.
No, but can I just, while I've got you though, I totally agree on the subs. I agree. It's often we say, who's going to cover X, Y, Z if he goes down? Yeah, right. I think it's more about how we're going to impact this game, because yes, injuries happen, but they shouldn't be the first consideration. Just on the whole succession plan thing, do you think we were a better team in 2023 than we were in 2015?
God, no. 2015 teams were the greatest teams ever to strap on boots.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm getting at is if we look at the progress of the All Blacks from 2015 on to 2023, did we?
Cattle load.
Yeah.
Look at the cattle
Yeah.
load.
Yeah.
That's absolute world-class A-grade cattle in 2015. If not, as I say, they're probably the greatest assembled. And you're always going to come up with a peak like that. Kieran Reid was 18 months too long in the job in 2019, and a number of them were. And we got smashed in the semi-final appropriately, completely out-muscled. Well, we've rebuilt by 2023. We had actually rebuilt. It was a nuts and bolts team. It still is. It's not a finished product. It's not a slick, functioning machine at all. I don't think you'd even think it's the sum of its parts, which is concerning. Because are these players going backwards in this environment? That's
So
my concern.
would you have kept Ian Foster on then if that was an option?
radio. Come on. Well, anyways, that's fine. I'll just put you back to FM. Come on.
Zone Pocket Spring Beat Set. This is a betting price breakthrough for our birthday. Seven free sheets, free pillows, free delivery anywhere in the district, and buy that interest-free deal.
This is so good. There's no deposit to pay, 30 months interest-free, and no repayments for 1 entire year. TC's fees and credit criteria apply. It is massive. It's 85 years of Brownies Mattress Drink. It's on right now. We're at 8 Industrial Place, Queenstown, just off Gorge Road.
Get spring ready for less at Mitre 10. Spruce up the backyard with a Black & Decker 421-inch trimmer, now $69.99. Or get a tiny 25% off Alpha wardrobes. T's and C's apply. Grab these great deals and more at Mitre 10.
Get an even more electrifying deal with $5,000 cash back on Volkswagen ID. Yours now for $54,990. Available until 31st October or while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Visit your local dealer today. Volkswagen. Triton Hearing's new AI-powered hearing devices turn the volume down on background noise and clarify the sounds that matter with speech enhancement. And I've heard she's got some fancy new job. Wherever you are, get the goss, stay part of the story and be in on the joke with world-first devices and market-leading connectivity. Far beyond existing hearing tech. Hear more with Triton Hearing. Give it a go. Call 0800 45 45 42.
Keep your drinks warm this winter with Yeti at Queenstown Hunting and Fishing. As the biggest Yeti dealer in Otago, they stock items that you won't find in any other store, like drinkware, hard coolers, hard-wearing luggage, and the latest wine and coffee range. Queenstown Hunting and Fishing, open 7 days, 9 till 6, in the Remarkable Park Town Centre.
Amanda, you had remarkable plumbing visit. What did they do for you this time? They unblocked my pipes, but your lawn. It's perfect. Didn't they have to dig it all up to find the blockage? No, they just put a camera down it and found the problem without having to. Remarkable. It saved me thousands. Really remarkable.
When you need a remarkable plumber, get Remarkable Plumbing. Check them out at remarkableplumbing.co.nz.
More FM. It's all about the mix of your favourite older songs. Mixed with the best new tunes.
Property journey seamless. Team Bormans. Wanting a dynamic duo to work for you. Team Bormans. Looking for a knowledgeable, experienced and faith-filled team to accompany you. Team Bormans Harcourts Hamilton. Go to teambormansrealestate.co.nz. Licensed agent REAA 2008.
Young one, it is 4 p.m. It is time to make the choice. Rice or noodles.
But both are so delicious.
Chop and Woks after 4 p.m. special with a 2-choice combo on rice or noodles for only $8. The challenge is not where to eat, but what to eat at Chop and Wok.
Try Chop and Woks after 4 special. 555 Colombo Street, Christchurch, inside South City Mall.
Master, can we get both?
Ever thought about the eyewitnesses who saw what Jesus did? Like how a demon-possessed man living in the tombs, crying out constantly and gashing himself with stones, saw Jesus, ran over to him, and Jesus healed him. Those who saw it ran to the city to report what happened, and crowds came out to see. It's recorded in the Bible in Mark 5. We encourage you to look into Jesus.
not too late to be involved. Head to cure1.org.nz. That website is cure1.org.nz. Coming up next, we've got Kiwi worship music from Souvenirs. Their song Enjoy Endlessly is on the way just in 3 minutes. I like them.
5fm.co.nz is your place to find all the best parts of 5FM. You can find podcasts.
If I'm a Christian, then forgiving other people is not an optional extra.
Vote for your favourite 5FM
Propulsion Vixen with Up and Up. Life FM here with George, and coming up next, a bit of a throwback for you. In fact, a lot of a throwback, because we are throwing it back almost 20 years with this song from Lifehouse. 2005, it's You and Me from Lifehouse on the way for you next. That will be followed by something a whole lot newer, the latest from Maverick City Music. That's coming up inside the next 10 minutes on Life FM.
Prayer is one of the most important things a Christian can do. Praying for and with each other is an important part of our spiritual journeys, and that is why we have the Life FM prayer wall. Post your prayer request at lifefm.co.nz and take some time to pray for other Life FM listeners around Aotearoa as well. The Life FM prayer wall, lifefm.co.nz.
Grow your business faster with Speedy Signs. It might just be one sign or hundreds of signs, banners or corporate signs, a car or a whole fleet of cars. See Speedy Signs for high quality signage on just about anything, from small business to nationwide corporate rollouts. We've been helping businesses create strong, memorable brands for 25 years with complete signage solutions from design right through to installation. Visit speedysigns.co.nz or phone 0800 Speedy. Speedy Signs. Grow your business faster.
Cornerstone Kitchen, the cozy rural cafe just minutes from Hamilton North. Delight in a farm fresh breakfast or lunch made with local ingredients while admiring the serene views of paddocks and grazing alpacas. Every Friday from 4 till 9 p.m, enjoy a special menu and live music for an unforgettable ambience. Whether you crave specialty coffee, juicy burgers or wood-fired pizzas, there's something for every palate. Peruse the menu and book a table at cornerstonekitchen.co.nz.
Lee's Furniture Services 1998 Limited are relocation experts and are moving premises from 17A Bastion Street to 122B Brooktown Road in Invercargill. Whether you're moving across the road or across the world, Lee's Furniture Services with Allied Moving Services provide a full packing and wrapping service, and they take care of everything from a free survey through to delivery to your new residence and all that's needed in between. When you need a moving solution, contact Lee's Furniture. That's NEAS Furniture.co.nz.
Are you a church leader concerned about New Zealand's liberal abortion laws? Well, the government have declared that abortion up to birth is a settled issue. As the body of Christ, there is a biblical mandate to stand in the gap for our defenceless unborn children. March for Life Christchurch will be held on the afternoon of Saturday, 28th of September from Victoria Square. To register your church or simply learn more, please visit our new Facebook page, March for Life Christchurch 2024.
Ngā whakatauki upoko tua toru, tua rima me te tua ono o ngā rara. Whakapaua tō ngā kau ki te whakawhirinaki ki ai hoa. Kaua hoki e oki ki tō mātauranga anu.
I o ara katoa, whakaaro ki aia. Māna e whakatika o huarahi. Proverbs 3 verses 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding.
In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths.
Streaming online at lifefm.co.nz. From the year that brought you.
Kids, I'm going to tell you an incredible story. The story of how I met your mother.
You might not remember that, but you will remember this. Wainza Takuto. Life FM's old school files. This one's from 2005.
Nope, I made a mistake last time, and I'm not planning to make that mistake this time around. It's meant to be you go left. So when you go left, yes, you need to use that exit, and yes, use this exit. So I was meant to come, yeah, you were meant to take the right exit on the right and continue the right exit to this particular area. So yeah, I did that mistake last time, but I won't be doing that mistake this time around because it saves me some minutes. Yeah, it saves me a bit of time. Anyways, radio back on. Thank you. Adam, good afternoon. How are you? Yes, I have arrived Christchurch on my way to Dunedin, so I got your email. Yeah, so yes, I was all busy trying to get ready for South Island trip. So yeah, I will definitely be booking for Tuesday. That is the only weather forecast I can see that's looking good for the Tuesday cruise and walk. Scenic walk. Yeah, I just passed the road going from Teano, Milford Sound, Pure Tahi, and the weather is actually quite good. The weather is good here in Queenstown as well. So yeah. Yes. I mean, the good news is I am now in South Island. That's the good news, that we landed safe, and yeah. Yes. Once I arrive Dunedin, once I check into my hotel, I will be doing that. I'm just driving now to Dunedin. I think I have another 2 hours plus to reach Dunedin. No problem at all. No problem at all. Thank you very much. Yeah, bye. Yeah. Welcome to Gore.
Hillsong Worship featuring Brooke Fraser with Hosanna. Life FM here with George, and coming up next, we've got Hope Dust. It's time for me to head on out of here. Thanks heaps for hanging out with me on your Saturday. It's been lots of fun. I will catch you again tomorrow afternoon here on Life FM. In the meantime, Luke is with you. He's along after the latest news headlines at 3 o'clock. And between 5 and 7, he's got the U-Chart 20. The 20 biggest songs on Life FM as decided by you every Saturday from 5. Vote for your favourites at lifefm.co.nz. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow.
much difference. I think Israel has continued to use these attacks on it as an excuse to expand its territory. I mean, they were expanding territory into the West Bank prior to the events of October last year. So, I'm sure certainly it's escalated, but their policy's been pretty clear.
Although, if I was going to add the counter to that, the leaders of Hezbollah are worth billions. They've taken money from Iran, they've enriched themselves. Instead of building a state where they might build some prosperity, they've built an underground world based on attacking Israel, which is more complex than the London Underground. Imagine if they'd used that money to try and build a prosperous state. But I actually believe their hatred for Israel is greater than the love of their own people. I just think it's all tied up with religion and centuries-old animosities, and I'm just glad I don't live there.
That said, I agree with you when it comes to Hamas. Hamas are thugs, and they do no good for their own people. The difficulty with what Israel is doing right now is it's cementing another generation who are just going to see that the only way that they can do anything is by picking up a gun. I've spent time in the West Bank, I've spent time in Israel, I've spent time helping to educate young people in Palestine how they can raise their voice without picking up a gun. This sort of thing completely undoes that sort of work, and it's really sad to watch it play out.
That's dreadful, absolutely. Hey, I was going to say on to happier things, but it's not happier things, it's different stuff. And look, given it is 3:33 in the afternoon, and we have been talking about some heavy stuff with Hezbollah, of course, but P. Diddy, the charges that have been laid out, he has been refused bail, and when he offered $50 million, and he's up against he's up on some pretty, he's up on some pretty serious charges. I think this is going to get worse and worse, but here's the fact that I just thought we'd seize upon to see if I could find a lighter angle to this. Is there an innocent sort of harmless explanation for why you would have amassed more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil in your home? Is there a positive use for that baby oil that we can think of, Kyle?
It's hard not to see it as a smoking gun, isn't it? I mean,
or a lubricated gun.
It's a horrific story, and I think, unfortunately, everything that I understand of, sort of big characters in the music industry through the 20th century, it's on form. I mean, there's so much exploitation in that industry, but you're right, it's kind of, you can't really argue any innocent use for that much baby oil. I think it's some colour swimming pool. I mean, I don't know.
1,000 bottles. I don't know. I was just trying to find some way where we could avoid talking about how horrendous it is, the charges he's facing. I mean, seriously, the package he was proposing to let him out of jail was him, his mother and other family members, as well as home detention, surrender of his passport, weekly drug tests, and a visitor log that would be submitted to pre-trial services. And the judge said, no, not enough. He's in deep doo-doos, isn't he, Frank?
He is very much so, and it's really interesting reading the defence and their arguments and the things that they're saying in order to kind of skirt some stuff. Like there was a line in there about how there was no coercion, which says that a lot of the stuff probably went on. It's just a question of whether it was consensual or not. I mean, I remember reading
trying to go to the eyeball.
Yeah, I mean, I remember reading years ago, and this was never denied, him having parties where if you turned up at the party, you had to be able to prove that you had groomed your nether regions in a particular manner, otherwise you're not going to make it in. I mean, that sort of stuff that makes it out into the public says that there's probably a whole lot of other stuff going on that we can't see. So I think he's in big trouble.
This is where Frank tells us he's had some great parties with P. Diddy. I apologise.
You lads.
Kyle, you were going to add something?
I was just going to say, it's a bit like Weinstein, isn't it? I mean, when they talk about exploitation versus, consent and so on, I think when you have young people who are vulnerable and are wanting to enter a particular kind of industry, there's an implied exploitation as soon as you step through the door, isn't there?
Yeah, well, he's in deep trouble, and if he's guilty of what he's been charged with, then I've got zero sympathy for him. Maybe he's a keen cyclist. I mean, there we go, I found an innocent. You go for a cycle ride and you need a bottle of baby oil to get rid of that chafing.
But doesn't this just show the danger of power and fame, where you get into a world where you've got such a bubble that you think you can do anything, and just end up damaging people's lives?
Well, I don't know who said it. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I don't know, can't tell you how many times that expression pops into my head when you see someone in a very powerful and
backs it up. The data backs it up, actually, Tim. I mean, what we see is that whatever level of narcissism somebody starts at, which might be quite low or it might be quite high, generally fame and wealth tends to increase that fairly exponentially, and the more fame and wealth, the more narcissism it tends to create.
Yeah, indeed. Look, we're going to take a quick break, just to sort of have a cup of tea and a lie down after that one, and we'll be back in just a moment. It's 22 minutes to 4 News Talk TV.
Stock overrun. It's stock take time at John's Furniture Warehouse. John's clearing thousands of items ahead of the count in his massive store-wide stock take sale. 30 to 60% off absolutely everything. End of line, old stock, it's display items, all must go. Plus you can pay it off over 3 years interest free. Stock overrun. 30 to 60% off absolutely everything. This weekend at John's Furniture Warehouse, Stafford Street, and online at mymakejohn.co.nz. These are credit criteria apply. At Godfrey Hurst in Celtic, we know that some of New Zealand's best events only happen once a year. Like the Waihi Beach New Year's Day races. Yeah, the Wakatipu legends with the fun. And of course, the Godfrey Hurst and Celtic nationwide flooring sale. It's on now, so head to the Godfrey Hurst and Celtic website to order your free carpet and hard flooring sample. Only in New Zealand, and only once a year.
Otago Tyres, Goodyear Auto Care sell tyres. They're so good at selling tyres, they're the largest independent tyre shop in Otago. No matter where the tyres are from, Otago Tyres, Goodyear Auto Care can find the best tyres for you. St Andrew Street and Hillside Road. Continuous Group provides spouting fascia and downpipes that you can rely on from just $28 per metre plus the free gutter wand. For the original continuous spouting installed nationwide, contact your local Continuous Group at continuous.co.nz. What's your precious time worth? If you washed and dried 3 loads of washing at home, it could take at least 3 hours from start to finish. No, thanks. At Liquid Laundromat, their super fast commercial washers and dryers would have 3 loads of washing done in under an hour, saving you time, electricity and money. Visit their website to find your nearest location. Liquid Laundromat, open 7 days, convenient hours.
Run your business like a well-oiled machine on NZ's most reliable mobile network. Search One New Zealand Business Mobile, plans from $39.13 a month. Awarded by Umlaut in 2024. Paid in terms of client prices with GST. One New Zealand. Let's get connected.
Spring ready for less at Mitre 10. Spruce up the backyard with a Black & Decker 420 watt heat trimmer, now $69.99. We'll get a tiny 25% off Alpha wardrobe. T's and C's apply. Grab these great deals and more at Mitre 10.
Welcome country superstar Luke Collins, seen a 2-time CMA Entertainer of the Year live. With 2 shows at Auckland's Eden Park, Friday 17th and Saturday 18th January 2025. Tickets on sale next Wednesday from Ticketmaster. Luke Collins live with special guest Jordan Davis. Proudly brought to you by News Talk TV. When it comes to the collective, it's all about you. The Weekend Collective with Tim Beveridge, News Talk ZB.
Hello. Right, something happened there. I think Tara got so excited about getting into... was that happened there? That was I thought we'd gone off here for a second. Hi, this is the Weekend Collective. Just check that that's still working. Hit that button just for 3 seconds so we can hear that tune there, Tara. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, when I kissed the teacher. Oh, there we go. That's why it's the teacher. Tara, thank you. And I'm absolutely going through a really tragic ABBA phase right now. I don't know why, but I've been flogging ABBA for weeks, and I just think it's sick of it. Anyway, but the reason we're talking about when I kissed the teacher is, well, not because of another headline I've read recently, but the number of students who are studying to teachers. By the way, I should say we've just come back from the break. I should reintroduce my guests. It's Kyle McDonald and Frank Ritchie as my panellists today. But the Teaching Council of Aotearoa, New Zealand, says half as many Kiwis are signing up to become teachers than they were in 2010. Part of me is not surprised because teachers are the permanent bloody whipping boys and girls of talk talkback, we have called talkback and one of them crack at the teachers. The reason you don't hear teachers calling up to defend themselves is because they're too busy. Frank.
Yeah, I find this really, really sad. I mean, there are a number of holes we need to climb out of as a country. The only way we can be successful is with education. And if you think about those of us who have achieved anything in the world, we can probably point back and point to teachers who have lit us up to some aspect of life in the world that we otherwise wouldn't have had if it wasn't for our teachers. And to know that now having to deal with things like anxiety, broken families, all that sort of stuff over and above just trying to light their kids up to education, I think our teachers are worth their weight in gold. And again, if we want to go anywhere as a nation, we desperately need good teachers.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what we're going to do about this, because at some stage we're going to have to turn. And maybe has it always been that case that teachers have been? There's been always negative publicity that would turn people off becoming teachers, or is it? Do we really need to radically change something about that profession where people think, oh, I'd love to do that. Sounds amazing.
I don't think there has been. I think it comes back to the statistics. Like a lot of the ways in which the data is thrown out there, like the attendance data, for instance, was I think at times willfully misrepresented by politicians to suggest that actually we had a much larger problem that we did. And I think similarly some of the achievement data, we're still very squarely in the top sort of 10 for most achievement data. But of course, what we're seeing around the world is a slide in these things, and it's not just New Zealand. That's the other thing. It's not just us who's struggling with how to shift our education models into the future.
Sorry, Frank didn't have a mic on. There you go.
I think we're going to be mindful of the COVID bulge as well, in health and education, but in education in particular. There's a whole cohort now of young people whose education was disrupted for a couple of years. I think about my own daughter's high school experience. There was not one high school year for her because she started in the year that COVID hit. There wasn't one high school year that hasn't been disrupted. That's going to have an impact. Thankfully, she's a diligent, self-motivated learner, but a lot of kids aren't. So we're going to be dealing with that now, I think, there's a whole generation that's going to move through our system that have been impacted by that, and the teachers are currently having to bear the brunt of that.
And I constantly remind myself as well not to disengage ever from my kids' learning. Always keep in touch with them. What are you doing today? What did you do? Have you got any homework? And just keeping in touch with them and not taking for granted that everything's covered, because I think, that's what we should do anyway.
It's the other danger, I think, with education becoming a political football, is I think increasingly, and I kind of get it, parents are really, really busy and stressed out themselves, but I think a lot of the pressure on teachers these days often comes from parents feeling like it's all on teachers. One of the, really encouraging data points when it comes to being a parent is that one of the strongest predictors of your child's literacy is reading to them for half an hour every day from the age of 3.
Absolutely.
That's not a teacher's hand.
No, exactly. Hey, by the way, chair of the board, how long have you been involved as a board member?
I think 2018 started on,
and when did you become chair?
A couple of years ago.
Good stuff. And what made you want to be on the board?
Look, I mean, I'm always keen to sort of find ways to give a little back.
Good, aren't you?
It's a voluntary role, it's a small payment, but I'd also think it's important to support the institutions like schools that are actually doing great work.
Good on you. Because I wouldn't be, probably because my wife actually as a staff member, that would look a bit weird probably, but anyone who takes time out to contribute, to try and drive initiatives for new buildings and fundraising and stuff, board members of schools, the ones who are doing a great job, they rock, man. Hey, Frank.
Yeah, which is why I think we need to move Kyle from being the reprobate to the Saint Kyle. Look, coming from you, Frank, that really does mean something.
Anyway, tell you what, we'll come back with the next topic in just a moment. It is 12 minutes before. This is News Talk ZB.
The Country with Jamie Mackay, 12 to 1 weekdays on News Talk ZB, Gold Sport and Hukanui. Is brought to you by Brand, leading the way with the lowest lease rates on John Deere agricultural and construction machinery, with warranty and full service maintenance included. Leasing farm equipment is common overseas, and Brand is here to show Kiwi
Viking river voyage. Let's sail along the storied rivers of Europe, see ancient treasures on the Nile, or meander the magnificent Mekong. With all-inclusive pricing, all you have to do is unpack once, and Viking will take care of the rest. Hurry, Viking's fly free sale ends November 15th, and staterooms are selling fast. Need inspiration? Visit Viking.com to order your free Viking river brochure now. Dunedin, 10:44 a.m. The Weekend Collective. Call 0800 80 1080 on News Talk ZB. Welcome back. This is the Weekend Collective. Coming towards the end of the panel, my panelists Kyle McDonald and the Reverend Frank Ritchie. The reprobate Kyle McDonald. I can't say that. I can't say that about reprobate. Say Kyle McDonald. Say Kyle. I say Kyle. I'm going to come up with something. I know there's another title there, but I've just got to work out what it is. Anyway, hey, just too quickly on Instagram, the changes that are being rolled out in other countries around ages. Instagram's introducing teen accounts with automatic predictions for young people under 16. Australia, we're looking at doing a legal age for this. And I, to be honest, I love it because the one thing I want to be able to say to my daughters is like, honey, you can't have that account now. And because it'll be breaking the law. I just love that backup. Frank, what do you think? Yeah, I'm in total agreement. All the research shows that the increase in anxiety and depression among young people tends to track with the creation of social media. So I think the more we can get their self-esteem detached from social media, the better. Bingo. Kyle?
Yeah, I like the nuance of this. I have to say it's a step in the right direction. I'm not 100% convinced. I'm probably about 90% convinced on the banning with a certain age, because I think that there is still some benefit and there's some nuance, and I'm still not sure which ones they would ban exactly, because I think it's also true that it is possible to use them in healthy ways, but I agree that the research is starting to show pretty clearly that the younger you start, the worse the effects tend to be. And one of the things that threw me in favour of a ban was someone pointed out the other day that it becomes easier to be the holdout. The struggle, and I think we'll probably be in this role because my kids don't have any social media yet, is being the holdout parents. As being the only ones who won't let their kids have it.
Because it was almost socially isolating. We did it with
there's a negative impact of that.
Yeah. I like it. Good on Instagram at least for having, their teen accounts where they have automatic post to private. There's a few things they're doing too. And
Facebook Messenger has a Facebook Message to kids, for instance, which shuts a whole bunch of things down, which is quite useful.
Of course, it might make it very uncool, of course, and unpopular, and then some other player comes in and we're away again. But it's interesting though. I was just talking to a friend this morning whose child is at high school and doesn't have any social media, didn't have a smartphone, ended up with a smartphone because parents did need to be able to get in touch. But it was really noticeable, and it'd be interesting to know if there's a correlation. But going around doing their staff teacher interviews, that every single teacher noted how this young lady's attention span was so much better than anybody else in the classroom. Now, of course, it's only anecdotal that that's related to social media use, but when you think about scrolling through Instagram or Reels, TikTok, etc., where you only have to focus for a very little while, it seems to make sense. Yeah. Hey, just one last thing. Pizza Hut's got its 50th anniversary in New Zealand. They've launched an unlimited, basically a buffet, all you can eat, unlimited chips, garlic bread and soft drinks are back on the menu. I can't think of something that sounds more disgusting to me. You got nostalgic for the old Pizza Hut sort of all you can eat buffet? We need to point out here that it's only in one place, City Works Depot in Auckland, only for a few days, and it'll cost you $30. So it's not the old school cheap all you can eat. But I can't eat like a teenager anymore. Buffets just don't work for me now. If I tried that, I'd probably spend a week recovering from it. Yeah, I'm also deeply suspicious of pizzas. I would only ever go to a pizza place where they have their own recipes and it's their own sort of, it's the local guy set up his own.
You want the bougie pizza?
I want your Chardonnay soda.
I have very, very fond student memories of the old, I think it was like $7.95 or something. It was really cheap.
$7.95 for a pound chumper.
All you could eat on a Tuesday night. And sometimes you skip the pizza and just go straight to the dessert bar.
I was just going to say, sometimes you skip the pizza and just go straight to the chunder. Was there beer involved with these events?
I think there might have been a little bit of preloading. Yeah. I bet preloading is a generational thing. Totally. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, let's not discuss generational things, shall we, guys? Hey, thanks so much for your time, chaps. Of course, Kyle, you're both back on here tomorrow. Yeah. It's that Sunday, guys. Yeah, it's a touchy-feely Sunday, guys. You're the Sunday specials on a Saturday. Yeah. So the Nutters Club from 11 p.m. tomorrow night, yeah. Yeah, and of course you've got Sunday at 6, Frank, which happens to be at 6. Funny that. Hey, and can I just say, always a pleasure to broadcast with you, Tim, and this being the first time I've been on the panel with Kyle, as a lover of Kyle's work, a real pleasure. Cheers, Frank. Oh, fantastic. Look, can you feel the love tonight? Should be the song we go out with, but it'll be something else. Hey, thanks so much. If you've missed any of our panel, you can go and check it out. Look for the Weekend Collective wherever you get podcasts. Actually, not wherever you get podcasts, just go to iHeartRadio and sort it out from there. We'll be back with Nicole Lewis for One Roof Radio Show. This is News Talk ZB.
Moments
that idea?
I think that's in the past. Like, you can look into that history and what it means to this team. The Bledisloe Cup means a lot to us, and yeah, we don't want to turn up having to think we're going to get the job done. There's 23 hungry Australians that would love to get their hands on that cup.
Live commentary from 5:45 p.m. on News Talk ZB, Gold Sport and iHeart Radio. Well, it's truly been a game of two halves in today's NPC rugby action in Christchurch. Canterbury were totally on top of Counties Monaco at half-time. The Red and Blacks leading the Steelers 36-0, but the visitors hit back after the break, keeping their hosts scoreless, running in 3 converted tries. Final score, Canterbury 36, Counties 28. Northland have romped home against visiting North Harbour, the Taniwha winning 47-24. Wellington lead Bay of Plenty 12-8 after 25 minutes or so in the capital. And the women's FPC Wakatipu lead Northland 27-0 at the same point in Whangarei. They just scored another try kick to come from the Lulu women. Believe the Breakers can take a lot of positives from their winless NBL pre-season. Kiwi side get their campaign officially underway against the Brisbane Bullets tonight in Perth. Their opponents going with 6 from 7 wins in pre-season, including the Blitz tournament. Breakers guard Mitch McCarron says the consistency wasn't where they wanted to be, but there were signs of improvement as the pre-season wore on.
We took significant strides forward from the first week that we had on court in the pre-season compared to how we performed at the Blitz and how connected we were and how well we executed.
Tip-off after 8 p.m. Basketball with BK's Rodeo Mega Stackers attacked and stacked by a couple of missed that kicks, so 27-0, 28th minute. Whangarei against Northland's I'm Richard Wayne, as News Talk ever used in sport. Sanderson invited into 100% New Zealandite family business. 4:05 to beverages next. North with News Talk ZB, on air and on iHeart Radio. News Talk ZB weather. For more, visit newstalkzb.co.nz. And Presley Hamilton Coast forecast for showers. Normally 15 knots, rising to 25 knots this evening. Sea becoming rough, long period southwest while rising to 3 metres offshore. Back on land for the rest of our Saturday. The rest of the day, mainly fine. Just a little bit of a high cloud coming through towards tonight. Northerly, and we drop down to 9 degrees overnight. Tomorrow, waking up to blue sky. However, we do have a chance of a shower passing through until evening. Normally setting southwesterly for a time. 17 the high. Showers on Monday at 17 degrees again the high. Home is where the heart is. It's the One Roof Radio Show with Hardcore Otago. NZ's most trusted real estate brand, 6 years running. News Talk ZB. Yes, welcome back to the Weekend Collective. By the way, it is a shortened Weekend Collective today. This week we'll be taking the commentary for the All Blacks match, and so that means that we'll be wrapping up here after this hour. This is the One Roof Radio Show. If you missed our panel, we had a great fun on the panel with Colin McDonald and Frank Ritchie. So you can go and check out the podcast, look for the Weekend Collective on iHeart Radio, and away you go. But right now, as I say, it is time for the One Roof Radio Show. And my guest is, well, she's done all right in real estate, I think. It's probably, that's a fairly casual way to describe it. Her name is, she's written a book called Property Quadrant. The new edition of it is at the publishers right now, apparently. And she is the CEO of The Property Lifestyle, and she joins me in the studio now. Nicole Lewis, hello Nicole, how are you going?
Hello, and I'm good. Thanks very much for having me.
Yes, you're looking, I love that you're looking almost summery today. Are those daisies or something?
Oh, yeah, my spring daisy, absolutely.
Yes, a jumper on with spring daisies on the front. And yeah, and you managed to remove the gumboots, something that slightly flash on the feet too, so good to see you. Actually, so what we're going to talk about today is
basic entry-level stuff in New Zealand. So firstly, Nicole, is New Zealand expensive in a global context?
That's a very good question. And it's, to a degree, see, the interesting thing about New Zealand, it's one of the most difficult countries in the world to borrow money.
Is it?
It is,
oh.
Yes.
Why? Oh, really? That is a fun fact, yeah.
Yeah, and also, it's every single country has got a particular town that's super expensive and a particular town that isn't, like Detroit, for example, is obviously one of the cheapest in the US, and of course New York, Manhattan being one of the dearest in the US.
Yeah, it's worth reminding ourselves, that's right, that New York is kind of up there.
Yes. So I looked at property in New York. I was there earlier in the year. I had a bit of a look, buy a nice bargain for about $50 million. That was being sold off. And
I'm guessing American. What was that going to get you? 50 mil? That would get you a nice apartment.
Nice apartment. It was nice top floor apartment looking over.
Oh, yeah, top floor. Okay. So one of the nicer properties in New York, possibly.
Possibly.
So we're not talking entry level.
No, entry level is much. I got something entry level for about $5 million. That's cheap. Yeah.
So yeah, carry on.
So I've done property New Zealand, Australia, America, South Africa actually, and so and the UK. So is New Zealand expensive on the world stage? Yes, in parts, and no in other parts. Like every other country in the world, we've got our expensive city being Auckland, and then we've got our areas that are slightly cheaper.
If I could just chip in there, I think probably the why it feels more expensive is because our most expensive market is Auckland. Okay, we can have Queenstown in there as well. I don't think Wellington's doing so flash at the moment, but the problem is Auckland's a third of the whole country's population. So many New Zealanders are affected by Auckland. Is that part of our perception problem?
I think it is. I think it's, yeah, you're right, because we've really got, the rest of the country will hate me saying this, but we've really got one major centre that stands out about others property-wise, being Auckland.
Yeah, plus Queenstown.
Oh, yeah, yes, correct, and Queenstown.
Auckland and Queenstown, it's almost like they're related, aren't they?
Well,
one does have better scenery, although if you live near the sea in Auckland, you're doing all right. Anyway, carry on.
Actually, I was down in Queenstown last year looking at property, and it has done a pretty massive rise in the last sort of 5 to 7 years to catch up to Auckland. Is it going to continue? Who knows?
Yeah.
So, but what the interesting thing about New Zealand is, because I've looked at some of these world charts for the last sort of 30 years, and New Zealand has consistent growth over a long period of time. So more recently, when you're talking post-COVID, New Zealand is at a point against the other countries in the OECD, and it did sort of rise quite substantially post-COVID, but it also dropped bigger. It had a big drop.
But New Zealand, we had a massive rise because the money was basically giving it away.
Weren't they? Well, so was everywhere else in the world, but
that makes sense that that's completely different things, because an investor might just buy existing housing stock, a developer is creating new stock, and the financial gain sounds a bit scary too in a way, just because of building costs and things that go wrong in approvals and consents in the RMA, which we're going to get rid of, blah, blah, blah. Gosh, there's so much to talk about. I'm getting a bit Asperger's on our topic, so let's stick with what you were saying.
So, when the government decides, okay, we're going to put the handbrake on because they look at their statistics and they go, oh my goodness, investors are buying too large a percentage of the properties that's on the handbrake. So they put the LVR up to having to put in 40%, and then they introduce non-deductibility. So all the investors were like, oh my goodness, I'm going to stop buying.
Yeah.
And then they incentivise developers and new builds.
Yeah.
And they say, okay, actually, that can be deductible and that can be a 20% deposit. It's like, hang on, wait, because you measure investors as putting the handbrake on. But when I go out there and I buy a property, and I'm out there at the auctions, I'm out there trying to put in offers, who I get outbid on all the time is my investors. They outbid all the time. Anything that's developable, they will pay well over market for. So they drive those prices up. So
the developers drive prices up.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, way more than a mum and dad investor.
Yeah.
That can afford what they can afford. So therefore, measuring developers in the same category as investors doesn't quite give you an accurate look at what the market is doing. So on one hand, you try to take investors out of the market, and on the other hand, you give developers more power to buy, and they're the ones that pay you.
I mean, would the defense of that be, well, if that land's being bought by a developer, they're creating more housing and therefore it's a win?
Well, this is where it's interesting, isn't it? Because it depends what you look at, and it is. Development's brilliant. We need it. We need new builds. We need new houses all the time. That's absolutely true. But then don't unfairly say investors are driving the prices up.
Yeah.
And let's sort of put the handbrake on with those, when in actual fact, developers are driving the prices up.
Is there a way of them actually getting better data on that sort of stuff? Because when if you're just looking at who's buying, I mean, firstly, how do they know who's buying a property? I mean, how is that data actually accumulated?
It's general data accumulated on IID numbers. I don't know this for sure. It'd be really good if someone does know. But when you buy a property, of course, when you go to settle, you have to give your IID number in.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you're a personal buyer, you have a personal IID number. If you're an investor, you may have a company IID number. If you're a developer, you also have one. But there's also a difference in your taxable code. So a developer does property for taxable gains, and an investor doesn't. They've got different codes. So the IID must be able to differentiate with that data.
Okay.
And segregate those two types of buyers.
I guess I always think that makes it like it sounds sense. It sounds like it makes sense. But sometimes I don't reckon government departments are much more dexterous than the fact they might have. But it does make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I always remember once having to, a guy, Andrew King, who for many, many years ran he was the liaison between the Property Investor Association and the government. And I go and met him, fabulous guy, and really knew things inside out. And I remember listening to him speak once when Healthy Homes was thinking about coming in. And we were asking a lot of questions, and in the end he said, look, the thing when it comes to the government is that when they try to improve one thing, it's like this huge massive cloud, something else pops out the other side that's affected.
Whack-a-mole.
And I thought that was a really good point, because the vast majority of us, myself included, we don't understand the ins and outs of how a politician makes a decision for the good of the whole country. We only understand the portion that we are affected or interested in, and we comment on that.
Yeah, actually that's an interesting philosophical point, because I'm not an investor, but I still have an opinion about investors being not treated like they're the devil, because I believe just generally in a free market more than government controlling things, because it's just my personal philosophy.
Well, government needs investors. Investors give something like 75, might be 85%, I forget the statistic now. Private investors provide something like 70 to 80% of the housing for tenants. So they need it.
I think people forget that stat, don't they? They don't realise how much housing is actually provided by private investment. Mind you, that's the whole point of view of an economy. You can't tax an economy that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point. I mean, look, that's a philosophical discussion. The reason, by the way, if you're listening, 0800 80 1080, that we're talking about this is that I should mention that it was based on an article that Tony Alexander wrote, and it wasn't so much to do with the price of New Zealand housing. Well, it was. It was about the relationship of Kiwi house prices to the average income. And here, it is 9 times the average income. It used to be, what, 4 times?
Or 5 times, that's right.
And wouldn't you kill for those days? But here's is it because our property prices are too high, or because average incomes are, I'm guessing, not as flash as some other countries as well? What do you know?
That is actually a very good question. And I did read that article, and I thought it was very good.
It's good that you read it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I do, and I do think Tony Alexander's pretty good economist, obviously, one of the best. And it's an interesting question too, because if you look at it as far as I go out there and I look at buying property all the time. I looked at a property down in Napier the other day, and even the other day being Monday, and even, well, what is Tuesday, and even down there I thought, okay, this particular property, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house was $630,000, and I thought, oh my goodness, that's expensive. Even for Napier, and it was a renovation, it was a do-up.
How much was it again?
630 they wanted. You know.
Actually, for an Aucklander, I'm thinking it sounds like a bargain, but that's just because in Auckland we've got acclimatised to, you know, if it doesn't start with $1 million, you're suspicious.
That's true. Except for the fact it was a do-up.
Oh,
so
right.
it needed to have $100,000 spending on it.
Yeah.
And then it wouldn't be worth that anymore.
Can you look at a house? Do you look at a house, because you're an experienced property, how do I describe you? Investor?
Yeah, investor. Yeah.
I mean, if you do up, that's not so much developing as investing, is it? Can you pick a budget for a house when you walk in and go, let me have a look at that. Looks like that needs doing. That needs some new lining. Probably looks like the pipes are a bit stuff. New gutters, new roof. Okay, that's 25, 50, okay, 125 grand. Let's go.
Yes.
Are you quite quick at that?
Yeah, it can take me about 5 minutes. And
you're a superpower.
I can picture the whole thing in my head finished in 5 minutes as well.
Wow. Now, is that because you've always been able to do that, or you've learned it through your course of investing?
Without putting my psychology hat on, which I have studied psychology and NLP, I have a natural high visual anyway. So naturally I make a picture inside my head. That's the way I process information first. But that's helpful. However, being able to picture a property and know the prices, that's come with experience.
Okay, well, what are your calls on this? Is New Zealand just too expensive when you look at other countries? Have you actually done that exercise where you go onto a real estate firm somewhere in another country and think, I wonder what it costs to buy on that beautiful Greek Isle or something, because I have done that and I think I found some cheap stuff. But anyway, is New Zealand too expensive? But if it is, does that mean anything's going to change sometime soon? So Tony Alexander's pointed out that the average property for a Kiwi house now on average costs 9 times the average income. Are we too expensive, and does something else need to give? What do you reckon? Give us a call on that, 0800 80 1080. But if you do think somewhere else is too expensive, have you looked at other things such as, well, the cliche would be the Gold Coast. We might actually have a chat about that when we come back. My guest is Nicole Lewis, who's and I picked up when I mentioned the Gold Coast, so I think she might have some opinions on that. Anyway, Nicole Lewis is our guest. She's the author of Property Quadrant, and it's basically your financial future through real estate investing. It's a very digestible site, and there's a new update at the publishers right now. I just thought I'd mention that, Nicole. We'll be back in just a moment. The number is 0800 80 1080, 25 past 4. People management is easy with MyHR, where all your HR lives on one simple platform. MyHR, the ultimate HR solution for busy SMEs.
If there was a myth for the fastest moves, Conroy's packing team would pick up gold. And if there was an event going for hire, Conroy's would be on the podium for carrying boxes of hundreds of steps. As for strength, well, Conroy's can deadlift a fridge like a true champion. Yes, the Conroy's team runs rings around other movers. So why don't you give them a ring? Conroy Remarkables. What moves you?
Looking to buy your dream home? Find out what's for sale and what it's worth at oneroof.co.nz. You'll find thousands of listings, accurate estimates, and all the latest real estate news. One Roof Properties. Make your search simple. oneroof.co.nz.
Stock overrun.
take time at John's Furniture Warehouse. John's clearing thousands of items ahead of the count in his massive store-wide stock take sale. 30 to 60% off absolutely everything. End of line, old stock, ex-display items, all must go. Plus you can pay it off over 3 years interest-free. Stock overrun. 30 to 60% off absolutely everything. This weekend at John's Furniture Warehouse, Stafford Street, and online at mymatejohns.co.nz. T's and credit criteria apply. It's infrastructure that drives our country, and it's connectors that trains the people who run the infrastructure. From the water we need to the wind that gives us power. From the roads we drive on to the bridges we cross. Even the way we communicate. Big infrastructure means big opportunities in your career when you train with Connexus. Visit connexus.org.nz now.
Restoring the roof on your house. The Coolfire guys know you want it done once, done right, and once they're finished, you don't want to see them again. That's why Coolfire gives a 12-year warranty, so you won't have to see them again for a long, long time. It all comes from doing a good job with quality materials at a fair price and standing by their work. Not actually standing by it. You actually want them to leave. Visit coolfireroofs.co.nz. Call the Coolfire guys. Call the Coolfire guys.
This September, get great bedding deals at Harvey Norman, like 50% off the premium vineyards Black Indulgence mattress range. Percentages are off the normal ticketed price. Offer ends 24th of September. Get more amazing Sleep Timber bedding deals in store or online at Harvey Norman. Home is where the heart is. It's the One Roof Radio Show with Hardcore Totago, NZ's most trusted real estate brand, 6 years running. You talk to me.
This is the One Roof Radio Show. I'm Tim Beveridge. My guest is Nicole Lewis, who's the CEO of the Property Lifestyle. She's also a property investor with a lot of experience. In fact, you may recall, if you heard Nicole on my show a few weeks ago, we talked a little bit about your background, because you basically had lost everything and you've rebuilt it to being a big success, being happy with your life. That's a good way to, it's probably a good way to describe it, isn't it? Yeah. Because people always like, I've made this amount of money. It's like, well, I'm happy with my life. It's like, bingo, you're winning. So overseas, if you're looking at, so the question we've got, by the way, is why New Zealand house price is so expensive or less accessible when you compare it to the rest of the world. It's based on a bunch of reckons, but also on Tony Alexander's piece, where property prices are now 9 times the average income. What market? If people, because there are New Zealanders who will either look to buy in a different market, or even, I don't mean a different market in terms of different countries, because sometimes people might look to buy just to get their foot on the ladder somewhere else, like Napier rather than Auckland. But what about looking overseas? You've said you've looked at quite a few markets. Does that mean you've bought and sold, or you've just sort of had a bit of a look-see?
Both. I've bought and sold in Australia. I've looked at buying in America. Looked at very nearly bought one in Orlando.
Yeah.
And I have also looked at property in South Africa. Okay, not we're talking about that, but also been there. And I did years ago. I went to the UK when I was working for Australia. So I still lived in New Zealand, but worked in Australia, and went to the UK to do the Place in the Sun Expo, selling Australian property in the Gold Coast.
Right.
So I know a little bit about the ins and outs of markets in multiple countries, and there's a lot of contributing factors as well. Like America, for example.
Yeah.
You can lock your mortgage rate in for 30 years. So when interest rates are super low, post-COVID, 2%, 30 years. Woohoo, fantastic.
Does that mean you are bound to a 30-year term, or you can get out of it?
No, you can get out of it. It's like a fixed rate. We've got our fixed rate, so theirs is fixed rate for 30.
Yeah.
So they don't give you any penalty if you want to sell your house and repay. But of course you can't refix at that rate that you had.
Oh, hang on. So if you fix, sorry, this is a mechanic thing on that. So if you buy another house, can you still carry on that mortgage over?
No, you can't. Which is interestingly enough why the states are currently at a 13-year high of second home buyers not buying.
Because, well, it costs them a lot to sell. So it ends up, that's a strange thing on the market too, isn't it? Because it reduces supply, pushes the prices up, correct?
At the moment it has, which is why the states are number one at the moment in the 6 countries I looked at.
Gosh. So where have you, if people say, for instance, are looking at the Gold Coast or Australia, what's your take on that as a market?
Okay, so Australia's got 6 territories or states as such, and like America's got 50, and America's states all different, so are Australia's. So Sydney, being New South Wales, is one of the most expensive places, of course, to buy. And Queensland is a very popular place to buy. Lots of developers sell offshore. But here's the interesting thing about Australia, is that most of Australia, you can only resell second-hand property to Australians unless you have a state that's FIRB approved, Foreign Investor Review Board approved.
Okay. Does that exclude New Zealanders as well?
It does.
Because we let Australians buy here, don't we?
Never used to. New Zealanders could. You still can. But you have to buy a new build, and they've introduced an additional tax now for New Zealanders. Can't remember what it's called. But when you buy a property in Australia, you pay stamp duty when you settle. It's not massive. It's about $4 grand extra tax.
I thought it was 4. I thought it was some sort of massive percentage.
No, it's not massive, but the new tax is big. And I just totally forget what the new tax is called, but when I did the math on it, was it going to cost New Zealanders, who used to be an exempt for it, we're now not. It's an additional $70,000 on a $900,000 property, so it's big. And then, of course, you've got CGT in Australia when you go to sell.
Do you have it on a family home as well?
No, principal place of residence is exempt. Yeah. So, but all your investments are, of course, subject to CGT. So,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dunedin. Welcome to Dunedin, Otago, New Zealand. Alrighty, this is the Dunedin train station. I have done a video on it at night. I'll be here tomorrow to take my train tour to one of the scenic destinations that they have here in Dunedin. All right, and what else? If you've enjoyed the drive, please hit that like button. It is food for the YouTube algorithm. And yes, if you're new on here, please kindly hit that subscribe button in whichever device you are watching from. Please hit that subscribe button. It does help so that the quality of the videos that we give you guys does reflect the numbers. We are growing quite rapidly, so thank you guys for that. I hope you guys enjoyed this stunning drive, 4 hours drive. I don't know whether to split the video in 2 or just leave it as one video coming from Queenstown to Dunedin. I'm trying to find my way anyways back to where I came from. Let me see, where can I go from here? Possibly yes, I can. So I need to go back. I need to go to the station anyway, so yeah, I'll be turning back. Right, I just need to stop. So yes, I have come to the end of this journey anyways. Dunedin city center. I don't think I'll be going into the city or driving into the city. I would just look for where to stay. I haven't booked a hotel yet, but yeah, I would just go and look for where to stay in my opinion. And yes, I'm a bit tired after flying all the way from Auckland, doing a 4-hour drive. I need to go and rest, go find something to eat some lunch. And yes, thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for everything. Most importantly, hit that like button. It is food for the YouTube algorithm. It is the minimum that you guys can do to help this channel. And what else do I have for you guys? There is really nothing more in my humble opinion. Oh yeah, there is nothing more. Yes, I want to go around this train station and see what I can do, but yeah, I probably need to take another picture of it. Probably tomorrow. I have to come here tomorrow early in the morning. I get a train. I need to buy my ticket as well for the tour. So yes, a very big thank you to each and every single one of you for sticking around. And yes, just enjoy the drive around. I should be able to switch off this video in the next 2-3 minutes, hopefully. Yeah, it's just me driving around to see what is going on. Okay, yeah, this is the train station. Train station is actually open, but I'll be doing inside tour tomorrow. Probably need to do another video. Okay, yeah, the inside is open. People are taking videos and photos. There is no way here. Oh my gracious me. Dead end. Let me do a U-turn. So yeah, tomorrow I should be able to come in early, very early, and do what I have to do. Do the registration so that I don't miss my train. Yeah, I won't bother myself doing any videoing or coming here for the videoing. Absolutely tired. I'll do that tomorrow morning. What else? Anyways, city center. Okay, license to go. All right, let me just drive around for some time and see Dunedin city center, what's happening on here before I finally switch off the video and look for where to check in or where to lodge. I don't know where I'm lodging in today. I need to stop the car and search. Oh, sorry about that. Search for what is available for tonight. Anyways, let me put the radio back on. So finally, very big thank you to you guys. Thank you for watching. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the video, and yes, I'll see you guys in the activities for Dunedin. We have quite a lot to do here. Thank you very much.
Contact your local continuous group at continuous.co.nz.
Can't find Dental Care Dunedin online? When you search Dental Care Dunedin, do you end up seeing all their competitors? Forget it. Head to dentalcare.nz for the dental team that truly care. Right now, get an exam, x-ray and clean with Dr. Jez for only $99. Dental Care Dunedin. Take the pain out of dental care for you and your bank balance. In the search, head to dentalcare.nz to book your $99 exam. Dental Care Dunedin. You'll find them absolutely brilliant.
Looking for the perfect place to enjoy your retirement? Well, look no further than the Grange Life Care Village Mosgiel. Nestled in a serene rural landscape, their cottages and villas offer big retirement comforts. Enjoy the freedom to come and go as you please, while being part of a welcoming community. Discover spacious cottages that redefine independence. Your ideal retirement starts here. Visit the Grange Life Care Mosgiel today and experience retirement living beyond expectations.
Celebrate this week with Woolworths Beer and Wine Specials.
Get Kim Crawford 750ml for $12 each. And Heineken Lager Bottle 12 packs for $24.90 a pack. Weekly specials at Woolworths. Exclusions apply.
Explore the city in style with the new Mercedes-Benz GLA City Edition. Stunningly refined down to the last detail, it elevates the GLA's urban edge to new heights. Available from 77,900 drive away. Terms and conditions apply.
The songs you grew up with in the 80s sound even better now. The most feel-good 80s live on Dunedin 1046 Coast. You've read the headlines, now get the full story with Herald Premium. Subscribe today from just $1.50 a week for the first 8 weeks. Limited time offer. For CCs and details, go to nzherald.co.nz/subscribe. At prices may vary.
Your first take on the news is Early Edition with Ryan Bridge.
The question for the government and all of us is whether the targets are worth it. And the answer is yes. If you don't set a target, it'll likely never happen. And that's what happened with the last lot. They got rid of a whole bunch of them, remember? Make no mistake, these targets will be the making or breaking of Luxon. But he has set the goals. Now he needs to meet them.
Ryan Bridge, new for 2024 on Early Edition with Smith City, weekdays from 5 a.m. on News Talk ZB. Call 0800 80 1080 and join the One Roof Radio Show with Harcourse Otago, the #1 real estate sales team in Otago. News Talk ZB.
And where are we up to? Hang on a second. Sorry, just caught me napping there. We have got to welcome back to One Roof Radio Show. I was having such a good conversation up here, I forgot to come back on here. Kelly, hello.
How's it going? I just want to speak to Nicole about property in Queensland. If you've got a property in Queensland, you pay tax on it in the Queensland state,
yes,
like land tax every year. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Do they have rates on top of the land tax, or is the that the land tax?
Oh, now you see, it's been a while since I've done it now because you've got both state and federal tax, and each state is different.
Because the thing that I was wondering about, because I was thinking about moving over to, say, Queensland and either buying a property, but you've got to pay a land tax, and if you've got a property in New Zealand, you've got to pay tax on the one in New Zealand too, don't you?
Yes, if you become a resident of Australia, then you switch your tax to Australia, therefore your New Zealand properties become subject to Australian CGT when you sell. So that's definitely something to be aware of.
Is that only when you sell, or each year you got when you put in a tax return?
Well, CGT is only payable when you sell in Australia. So of course you still pay your rates in New Zealand, and you pay your other taxes in Australia. You don't have to pay stamp duty in New Zealand, only in Australia. But when you sell your New Zealand property, you have to pay Australian capital gains tax on it.